and welcome back to Danganronpa Thursday. I just had to double check that it is in fact uh Thursday. I wasn't sure for a second there if it was Thursday. Today we're going to be doing the third chapter class trial. I guess also just the third class trial. I guess I don't need to be too specific about it. Ugh. Mercifully, that means this time will be mostly a voice acting break for me, but it also means that I have to do lots of complicated, annoying puzzle solving. By which I mean it's fun, though it is sometimes a little like, dude, come on. I'll probably keep leaving it at mean to start on the hopes that one of these days I'll be able to actually do one of these cases without having to reset and it forcibly sending me back to normal difficulty. Just taking a second, making sure all my I's are dotted, T's are crossed. Wait for some folks to filter in. Oh, I should post about this on the shitty website. That sucks, but because I know some people on there who don't follow me on the other platforms who might want to see this. Let me do that. How's everyone doing while I get all my stuff organized? Tainted Water Enjoyer, I noticed you were watching. Hope you're doing well. Not too loudly shout out people who are lurking, but, better than talking to literally only myself, at the very least. Okay, let me close that. We're good there. So, before I go into the case itself, what I want to also do is, because it's now tradition at this point, is go over my thinking for the class trial. So real quick, we're going to go over to this screen where I have arranged a chart of our characters who are relevant to who are from the video game. All these characters from the video game. Over here in the RIP column, we've got Rantaro, we've got Kaede, we've got Ryoma, Kurumi, and now Angie and Tenko. Yes, hi other one, dude. Hope you're doing well. So all these people in the left column, they're all dead. In the past, I've had columns for people who are definitely innocent and people who are probably guilty. This time around, I'm just keeping them separate because I think they are going to try and make it a little harder to break them off that cleanly. So I'm going to go person by person and go over things that I think make them contenders for having... Actually, no, before I do that, because I do want to explain one part of my thinking before I go into that. Before I explain what it is that I think could make someone a killer versus not make someone a killer. And my thinking, based on the evidence that we've seen, is that even though they entertained the possibility that Angie and Tenko were killed by different people and that we need to be focusing on who killed Angie since it was first, based on the wooden plank that had the dried blood on it already, and the fact that Angie and Tenko have similar, like their fatal neck wounds were identical more or less, right? I think that those two were killed in the same way, probably in the same place, or at least a similar place, which to me suggests that the killer between them is probably also the same. Which actually itself does a lot to narrow our suspects, because that will come up as we go through. So first of these Samugi, the thing that would make her suspicious for like killing Angie is that she's on the student council, and thus Angie would trust her and like would let her in to the thing relatively easily. The thing that would make her likely for Tenko's murder would be the motive of revenge for Tenko having betrayed the student council's trust. And this is true for all the student council members. The thing that makes her unlikely to be the killer, though, is that if Angie and Tenko were killed by the same person because of the similarity of the things, it doesn't make sense for her to have killed one and then also the other. Thank you, other one, dude. Sorry, your heartfelt, kind message is being cut off by this graphic. Let me move it a little bit. So I don't think it's Samugi. Next is Mew. I just don't think they have presented anything that would insinuate Mew had any possibility of having killed either of these two, aside from the fact that she's unaccounted for during both killings, but like has absolutely no tie-in to any of the content. I think she's probably clear. Next is Kaito. Kaito, his thing that's for him being guilty is that he's unaccounted for during the trial and could have hypothetically killed Tenko, I suppose. Not during trial, during the seance. Could have hypothetically killed Tenko. But aside from like his character that we are pretty well acquainted with at this point, that fool was so afraid of ghosts, I think that he was probably out of commission the entire time. I think it is only the two combined deaths that have fully sobered him up and got him ready for class trial. So I think he's probably out. Shuichi's next up. Shuichi had briefly had access to Angie, though probably wouldn't have counted as trusted, and then was involved with the seance, which you'd think would make him less likely to have killed Tenko, but for reasons I'll get into once I get to the person who I think did it. I think it's actually a qualifier for more likely guilt. However, I don't think they're going... If Danganronpa V3 does a second pro-tag switcheroo on us, first off, I'll be very impressed. But second, I don't think they're going to do it right now. I probably don't think they're going to do it at all, but they're definitely not going to do it right now. Next is Maki. Maki is someone who has reasonable motive to have killed both... more motive to have killed Angie, but reasonable also motive to have killed Tenko if she thought Tenko killed Angie, for instance, which I don't think is the case. And also is someone who is knows how to kill people and has access to weapons, specifically one of the weapons the weapon that was used that killed Tenko, certainly. The reason I don't think, and also she was unaccounted for during the seance. The reason I don't think she did it is just because like the circumstantial evidence is kind of weak, and much like Kaito, I don't think the game wants us to distrust her at least immediately, right? Next is Kibo. He has all the student government things going for him. He could have had access to Angie, and he could have killed Tenko for revenge, but it is unlikely to be the case, if only because the motivations for that are different, would be mismatched. His only thing is that he is a light, so he could light up the crawl space, I guess. Though probably not without having shown a bunch of light in the seance itself. Honestly, I kind of suspect whoever did that navigated in darkness, probably, and just sort of put up with it. Next is Himiko. Himiko is, despite everything, I would say the second most likely person to have done it. I don't think she done it. The power gap between 2 and 1's really distant, but she is someone who, if we were to find out in the course of the case she did it, I would believe it, right? The first is that she's in student government. She has access. Also, if she were to kill Angie, she has the motive, like the emotional motive of Tenko having faith in her. Conversely, if she were to have killed Tenko, it might have been revenged for her thinking that Tenko killed Angie. Much like the other student government people, her kind of saving grace is that the possibility of her killing both is low. because those motives would be at cross purposes. Though because she was involved in the seance, it does make her one of the people who actually had, I think, any opportunity to have killed Tenko at the very least. Next is Gonta. He's out for similar reasons as the other student council. Notably, I think he's the only person in this cast who could have lifted the dog statue, the Inugami statue, by himself. I don't know if that would even be relevant for any reason, but I feel like it could come up. Next is Oma Kokichi. He is, I think, my third place for most likely to kill, and it's straight up just he could have lockpicked his way into Angie's art lab, and he was involved in the ritual. And I guess, like, if you were being pretty generous, you could say that he deliberately showed off the thing from the other room to make himself look better, which is possible, but feels a bit weak. And we're going to get to the last person on here being Korekiyo. Excuse me. Korekiyo is the fake character. But Korekiyo, who the reason I think is the killer is for the second assumption I noticed, aside from the fact that I think that one person killed it, which is that if you're willing to treat the 4 wax effigies in Angie's lab as participants, then her similarity in murder style to Tenko, and also the fact that they might have been killed in the same location and then she was moved later or something like that, suggests that the seance ritual was in some way involved in both killings. And even though that information is technically publicly available because it was just in a little glass box in his lab, Korekiyo is the only one besides Oma, Kokichi, and Shuichi who knows that Korekiyo cares about that. So it would be quite a stretch to me to think that someone would frame him in that way. However, I do think he would do things like use the katana and then like leave the gold foil printing or whatever to make himself look suspicious as to diffuse suspicion. Because he's one of the only people who knows about that. So if someone you'd go like, well, if it was him who did it, he'd presumably have factored in the gold foil thing and either not used that weapon or not left the marks. But I feel like that might be misdirection. I can imagine why he killed Angie also, which is like the whole thing with her doing the resurrection ritual and strong-arming him and kind of her faith/mystery practices kind of clashing against his interest in occult shit. I don't know why he killed Tenko, though, unless it's one of those things where, and this is kind of a stretch, but unless it was a thing where, like, he's setting up the ritual, like the second seance, like the actual seance, to fail when he has Kibo there. But then we replace Kibo with Shuichi, and we do all the stuff right, and he starts to get afraid that we are actually going to do the seance, and then actually call Angie's ghost forth, and then her say that he killed her. That's kind of where my head's at, is I think it was him. I don't know how he did it, but I think the seance was involved in both cases, and I think I also notice we don't ever get to check out the left and right seance rooms, or the left and right, like, identical rooms, like, at any point after the first murder has taken place. So we don't know if those rooms look different now than they used to. Like, if there's, say, a floorboard out of place, or blood spatter somewhere, or this, that, or the other thing. We're going to find out in the case. This is one where I feel pretty confident that he did it. But I can't really wrap my head around how yet. So we're going to launch the game, and then go through and figure that out. So, Danganronpa, launch game, Killing Harmony. actually move this capture window a little bit so I can see chat. There we go. Okay. All right, so we're gonna look at our skills again. We have lots of slots for skills and can't really afford to buy too many. This seems kind of useless, but it's free, so I'll put it in. I mean, I don't have to buy it anyway. That's also true, other one, dude. I can't factor in motive, like, but the thing is, I'm making these guesses based on what we know now. If they were going to reveal something like that, it would be during the case, and then, like, much kind of like what happened with the Kurumi thing last time, like, if something's only revealed during the during the class trial, I had no way of guessing it myself, so I can't. I don't really think about that too much. Let me look at these skills real quick first. Again, this one's, I don't need it, but it's whatever. We have tons and tons of skill slots, as you can see, and not a whole lot of actual skills we can buy. Don't really need that. This one seems good. I want this one. This makes the letters appear a little more frequently, which if I get another stupid-ass word like ropeway, I want. There's so many skills, I haven't found so many of them. And I can't even buy some of these crazy ones because they're 16 whole points. And these both seem really good, too. I would love to have these. I honestly don't know how I get more skill points. I would love to have more skill points with which to buy more skills. I have plenty of skills I can assign. But I don't honestly really need any of these other ones right now, so I'll leave it. Overflow. And this is still mean and kind. I'm guessing it stays mean, but I only get the score bonus for normal if I actually do it in one go, or if I actually, like... It seemed... What I'm guessing is, because I haven't bothered to check, but what I'm guessing is that the if I do the continue, it resets my difficulty down to normal. Which is fair, but I'm not going to be redoing this from the beginning if I fuck shit up, because I want to do this all in one stream.
Let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
Also, apologies in advance if you hear tingling and tinkling from my cup of tea. I left the spoon in it, and now it is all sliding around in my glass every time I move it. Tea drinker ASMR, I suppose.
During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone.
Monokuma explaining this like it's the first time every single time we do the trial really feels like the version of like the old anime where they reuse the transformation sequence to pad the runtime of the episode.
Smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
I'm mostly excited to find out which one of these horrible little bears dies this time, and I really hope it's Monodam.
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Boom. Owned.
Shut up. I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko?
This is the maddest I've ever seen her, which makes me now even more confident that she did not do it.
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student.
Oh, I forgot to mention this during the thing. I don't think the transfer student is an element to worry about because, as we saw, Angie did not complete the resurrection ritual.
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
If she completed it, we would not have been able to find the Necronomicon because she would have had to burn it to actually do the ritual.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Oh good, we're getting this out of the way real early. Almost certainly going to be the
This crime was
Necronomicon.
committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No!
So, ritual did work?
I missed the V-trigger, but I should have just waited for the whole thing to play out. That's fine. Like, we don't need to go through the whole thing. We know
I
that...
don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution, be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
If there is a transfer student, it's because they were already here the entire time and it's not any of the 4 of the dead people. But again, in that case, I don't have any clues to suggest that, so that's on the game.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, going to think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
A plane just flew directly overhead. I'm looking at the mic levels. I'm really impressed that the software noise gating just actually blocked it out completely, by all appearances.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second. I can't let that comment stand. Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong.
This honestly feels like more bullets in the chamber for the theory of, like, these are clones or replacements who have been brainwashed to fill their roles of some kind or whatever. Because, like, you can absolutely bring back, like, Kaede from the dead, for instance, if you just got someone who wasn't Kaede and then brainwashed her into believing she was Kaede. If you have her, if you can do memory adjustment shit anyway, you might have Kaede memories on file.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
All that remains of a once powerful.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us.
Oh my god, instead of having the X over her thing, she has a little halo and angel wings. That's so sad, but so cute.
Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Don't say that looking so smug.
Who did it?
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Oh boy, here we
I don't know
go.
about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
Why?
If Miyu's suggesting this early, it makes me think I might be completely wrong, but who knows?
Don't play dumb with me, creep show. I already know what happened.
Let's hear what she has to say.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kiyo's research lab.
Oh.
Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
I don't think it
You're the
was.
only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
He had,
I
mean, well, it had
care
blow.
about some
But...
katana.
Oh, he did.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the
That's good.
classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie. Booyah! I'm a fucking genius!
So while she's gloating, I do have to check the locked from the inside. And also, let's look at the gold leaf katana. That doesn't suggest he actually cared about it, so it's probably pointing to one of these two sealed doors. Probably honestly the front door that he didn't break in.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
Actually, what's Samugi's account?
And it was found in Kiyo's research lab.
So let's try the front door when we get there.
Care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke...
No. Angie still would have let him into her lab. I don't know about that. Okay, so they want me to present Samugi's testimony
The
there,
culprit used a katana to kill it.
right? She would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to.
Angie. And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo,
But
anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo. I did not care about some katana. Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
Ah, I missed it. Oh well. That's fine.
no, Kiyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kiyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kiyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I don't know about that.
I had no desire to kill her.
See, my thinking is he could have killed Angie because we're assuming that Angie was killed in her lab currently, in this state of the case. I think he could have lured Angie to the seance room. Because I also, my thinking with the resurrection motive, right, is that if he's like, hey, look, you don't have to use the resurrection just to bring back Rontaro to ask him questions. We can do the seance, and then you can choose after that. I feel like he could have lured Angie out of the lab to kill her elsewhere.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
This is all conjecture. And the case is very clearly...
To lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
It's conjecture, but that's kind of where my head's at, for where we're going.
Oh, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
Why is... Oh, because it's her windmill. It's her windmills. I'm like, why the fuck does... Why is Tenko's ex kind of got a little bit of that swastika shape, but her fucking... her headband. Risky business, that.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Samugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? Because a robot ain't people, Jack!
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
What ifs? The culprit should confess already! Gonta, Keyboy, or Samugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Put Gonta in Iron Maiden.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
Cut Gonta whole thing off. Do it, you won't.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
I'm
Gonta
not
not the culprit.
not the culprit.
What am I working with? Front door, back door, lockpicking, Necronomicon, Smoothie.
Must consider other...
So, real quick, we know what those are. We know about the lockpicking. We know about the Necronomicon. Smoothie's account that she wouldn't lock the door. We'll see what they're saying.
Possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Well, that's one where I have to...
Do you have an alibi for last night?
A dead chick can't be the culprit.
Come to in room talking to bug friends.
Look, I don't know who the culprit is.
Oh, I actually see what I probably need to be focusing on.
Gonta is gentleman. Council.
I should do that just to look at it. But...
Alibi for last night?
A dead chick can't be the culprit.
Only student council members.
There we go. There's a V counter.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have.
Dun dun dun!
Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Kokichi pulled out some thin needles and stuck them into the keyhole of the lock. Realistically, if I'm Kokichi and I did kill Angie, which again I don't think Kokichi did, I would just have simply not opened the door. Because as long as, like, yeah, you have to go to trial or whatever. Like, you don't get to go to trial unless they find the body. But also, if no one can enter, then you never have a class trial because you need to have a body discovery announcement to have a class trial. There, open says me. I've had to say that line at least once in this stream and the 2 prior.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember.
He sounds so pouty.
I did it. I killed Angie.
Huh.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
God, I love him.
So Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
I don't think you can you?
Maybe, but that's
I mean, I
not
guess you
how culprit locked the
could.
room.
That seems like it would be a lot harder for a cylinder lock.
They used a different method.
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
Hey, Mumbles is an improvement from Crotch Rot.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was...
Back door.
That's it! The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
The lock the sliding lock from the outside was... Oh god, this fucking... Oh god, alright. Well, I got x-ray glasses at least, so that's, possibly helpful. I think it's the katana, right? Or that's just a sheath, that's not actually the blade. This minigame is the bane of my life. Can I select this yet? No. Is it this?
I see it!
Yeah, okay.
The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy. The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore.
This is presumably a reference to DR1 or DR2, but for the life of me, I can't remember which case.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it.
I haven't played either of those games in about 10 years, so...
So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with the katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
A different purpose. What could that have been? The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Oh, fuck. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes, 'cause I actually really have no idea how you would set up the room to do the thing that Shuichi is suggesting. Like, some kind of pendulum, maybe? But that seems a little... What turned the handle of the sliding lock? The katana's hilt, right? Yeah, because it left the gold leaf. Someday I'll do a playthrough of this game on mean action and see how much I hate it. Not for a public stream though. I consider that a private self-flagellation time. What was done to make the katana turn the lock? This one, presumably, right? Yeah. I'm still not entirely getting what the suggestion is here. We haven't had to reset anything either, so we're still nominally on mean logic, so I guess we'll see. Oh, I missed it. Tragic. I'm losing control of my vehicle going 208 kilometers per hour. How is the effigy manipulated to make the katana affect the lock? Aw. Spinning it. I see. Imagine if they... Like, I know if from in the future that if you do the wrong answers, that it just makes you repick an answer and does some health damage or whatever. Imagine if it let you just take whatever, and then you get all the way to the end after doing that for several minutes. Like, no, you're wrong. Do it all again.
Was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
That seems spurious, but all right.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So
This at least does something to make me less certain that Korekiyo did it. Because for a longest time, I was thinking that the reason the katana was left there was not because it was the murder weapon, actually. Like, I was thinking possibly that he used the the scythe to kill both, but that it was specifically left there to make him look better by like being like the, well, yeah, obviously someone trying to frame him would take the weapon from his lab.
The culprit
Makes him look a little better, at least.
The effigy's rope, and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us. Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
I mean, I imagine most of the murders in this game, and to my recollection, most of the murders in Danganronpa happen when no one else is around at nighttime.
It's the student council's fault?
Well, actually, no, because I guess the prologue murder took place during the day, so maybe not always. It just seems like kind of like the thing to do.
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
Which I still don't get, because she definitely has Guandaos in there.
The other effigies were only hung up so we think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
Oh, I see. So it still doesn't explain how the killer got in there. I'm still assuming that this is. I mean, I guess maybe it's not Korekiyo. But I was thinking originally like it had to be Korekiyo because of the ritual connection. But if that's literally just there, but then I guess only he would know or care to make it look like a ritual to throw people off. I don't know. I'm getting too hung up on this.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed.
The cylinder lock, maybe, but not a slide lock like that.
I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
I mean, yeah, it's Kokichi.
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man. You guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
Well, that's the thing, other one, dude, is like, I don't think... I think the thing he's suggesting is that, like, that was a feint and that he could have just then reverse picked the front door. But that, like, his suggestion there is that in the world in which Kokichi did this, he sets up that entire thing as a trick to make it look like he did like you went out through that door, when in reality he just went out the front.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
Yay! Wahoo!
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
You? I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Jesus Christ.
Cum dumpster! Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
Kodaka video game.
What should we talk about now?
Going to
Must
hurryingly
focus
change the
not
subject
on
as
the
to not
locked
think about bug
room,
movies.
But on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
I don't
Leaves
know.
us with 4 suspects. Sumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
I still think that she wasn't actually killed in her lab because of that dried bloodstain we found on the floorboard. I think that she was... I think she must have been killed in one of the 2 rooms that we didn't get to go to. Because if they're completely identical, that means you can replace the floorboards too, and so it's like you could have just taken one, but I don't know. You weren't allowed to investigate them, so we can't actually know for sure.
Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
Hi, Attained Water Enjoyer. It's going good.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
I've been rushing through chapter 3 because I'm gonna be, this is probably gonna be my last stream of the month because I'm going on a trip. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave us hanging in the middle of a case before I did that.
A suspect?
Yeah, despite the fact that I don't think she did it, she's still, like, my number 3 most likely.
Never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next?
I hope so too, Tained Water Enjoyer. Thank you.
I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
To reiterate, I guess, where we're here, it's like my earlier reasoning here. I actually don't think anyone on student council did it, because I think the bloodstain evidence from the wood plank suggests to me that Angie and Tenko were probably killed in the same place, and they were definitely killed in similar ways because of the matching wounds. And I think that would suggest to me that the killer is the same person in both cases. And if the killer is the same person in both cases, there is no one on student council who it would make sense to have both killed Angie and then also killed Tenko.
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
That's where my head's at currently.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect Rangers.
Suspect Rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list?
Twee. I will keep that in mind.
Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you
Little rat
mean?
fuck.
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless! Tenko's
I didn't narrate Shuichi's internal monologue there because I was internally to myself going, yes, kill Himiko.
Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko.
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
You're one to talk. You stop with your crappy lies. I hate your ass.
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that.
I was really cold to her because she was constantly sexually harassing me, and I just thought it was weird.
I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now.
I do think what I like about Danganronpa a lot is that I think a lot of anime, especially with like this kind of thing, can forget to go like, by the way, our characters are high schoolers. And like basically no one in this game has any emotional literacy to speak of. So when she's like, yeah, I was super cold to her, but I realized now that she's dead, that she was like one of the only people in the school who genuinely cared about my well-being and who I am as a person. I'm like super depressed and self-loathing, realizing how, like, that's just so real. That's just shit you do in high school and don't even think about until it's too late. Like, you don't have anxiety about it even a little bit until after it's too late to change it. And it's like, oh, I love that. That's good character writing.
I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
Kaito has one response to any given problem.
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth.
Kaito just puts on his communist sunglasses like, believe in the me that believes in you.
Kaito! Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is Death Curse! I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone
He really is parappa coded.
That's just as bad as a hit and run. I won't forgive something so messed up.
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaito.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Yeah, there we go.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
That's like the first smart thing that Miuruma has said in the process of like determining guilt in a case yet. The people who attended the seance. This is the list, right?
That's it!
Cruel memory game.
It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Miyu Aruba. She can't possibly, like, say something insightful without, like, calling someone, like, crotch rot or like, rot ass or, like, you know, a slur that has been out of vogue for the last 15 years.
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Sorry, Himiko, you're not getting off that
That's
easy.
probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the 4 is really Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Very well. I shall begin the preparations at once.
Oh, right.
But also, I guess, like, if he was left to prepare that alone, it doesn't really make a difference that Himiko changed the room, because since they're interchangeable, he could have just moved things around.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from outside. He must be referring to crawl space, right?
There! You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person could move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
I'm assuming he's going to suggest it's Kibo.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
Yeah, let's look at this. A blinding light.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
It's true, the little light you could move around under the floor. But is that possible? I think the thing is here, it couldn't, because the hole in the floor means that if he was lighting up under the crawl space, it would have lit up the room where the murder happened.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
That's what I think.
Like crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance.
What's this do? I'm just going back over these. Loose floorboard. Not loose before the seance. It's not going to be relevant.
Even see if they were under the floor.
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had...
Might be here? Yes.
That's wrong! I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor.
I'm feeling really validated for having had this thought and discussed it in the pre-show as like, well, yeah, Kibo has a flashlight, so he could have hypothetically went around into the crawl space, but he would have lit up the thing, so he probably didn't do it.
There was a hole in the corner of the room.
I like whenever I do one of these things and I'm going over who I think is guilty, I'm like, this is probably going to come up, and I know how to dispel it already. It feels very good.
It would have leaked through, and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats.
Now, as I recall, we established that your capacity as a robot is that you were about as strong as a healthy senior citizen.
My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God.
Imagine if they make you a cool-looking robot body, and, like, it's just really shitty. Like, you're just objectively worse than a normal human being in every respect.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch-black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
They definitely do.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that.
Oh, he jumped at that suggestion. Very funny.
That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Must be another thing that's a DR1 or DR2 reference that I simply don't remember because it's been like 10 years.
The corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
It was definitely manipulated in some way to commit the murder. Because again, if we come back to this is actually how Angie died, which I think is going to happen. The forehead wound that she has makes sense as like matching Kokichi's injury from a floorboard related incident. But specifically, she was struck in the back of the neck the exact same way as Tenko, which means that there's a way to stab Tenko in the back of the neck from whatever weird position she was in. I don't know what that is yet.
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right?
Oh, no worries. Yeah, this will be going up on the channel sometime around midnight whenever I finish and just press the VOD upload. So if you want to catch the rest of it tomorrow, you're more than welcome to. And thank you for dropping by. Always a pleasure to have you.
If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
Actually, real quick, I need to check the Twitch stream for a second, because it occurs to me, I don't remember if I actually updated this to say this was the class trial. episode or not. I did. Okay, we're good. We're good. I didn't do it before the stream, but I couldn't remember if I had done it like after last stream or not. But I did, so we're good.
When? So not during seance?
Tanko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That didn't happen.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
This is the point of no return, Tanko. After this point, you mustn't speak. The next time you open your mouth, it will be Angie speaking through you. Understood. I will not say a word until the seance is over.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
And she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
She was definitely killed when the room was dark.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
She was killed in the room. She was definitely killed when the room was dark because she was alive before the room went dark. And then the blood was fresh when we found her. Well, she literally not possible for it to have been on the other side.
Since Galta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains! When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage
You
lifted,
okay?
culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
She's not normal.
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit!
Wrong.
There's no down!
Tenko not being killed during the seance? That might not be impossible. There's no evidence for
When
it.
Tenko got killed,
So let's look at the other stuff. During the seance, Tenko occurred. I don't think it's that. This is wet with fresh blood. The dog statue. This might be relevant.
it wasn't during the
Blood in the back of the middle of the sheet. There's no hole in the fabric.
seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
She might not have been under the cage
What
the
about
entire
moment
time.
Cage was lifted?
Definitely not that.
Like that.
I guess blue would be...
Cage
Okay.
lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast,
No one saw.
It's definitely not that.
Who lifted the cage?
Then Himiko is the culprit!
Wrong.
There's no down!
So let's see if
When
it's...
Tenko got killed,
She was under the cage the entire time. If it's that one.
It could not have been done at the time. She was under the cage the whole time.
Damn it. Mustn't move. Definitely follow directions. She did not leave the cage.
when Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been
done at any other time.
She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
This one's
So who lifted the
difficult.
cage?
It was me.
So, all four of us had to pick it up to remove it from the cage. That might be relevant.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no
No, I can't.
When Tanko
got killed. It wasn't during the seance. It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted. What about moment Cage was lifted?
No,
When
not
Cage lifted,
there.
culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw. So who lifted the cage? Then obviously Himiko is the
Culprit.
Let's try this. No, I didn't think that was gonna work. If culprit killed her when they opened the cage, only Himiko could have done it. I'm confident that Himiko was. I'm confident she was dead before the cage was opened because we saw. I mean, like we saw there was already blood under the cage when the lights came back on.
When Tanko got
So weighs quite a bit. All four of us had to work together to remove it. White sheet. So it's very thick. Oh, I guess we can't know if she was actually under there the whole time because of the sheet. Maybe?
It wasn't during the seance. It could not have been
Done
any
it.
other time.
She was under the cage the whole time.
Hey, miss? Fuck.
And she
Come on.
was dead
Damn
when
it!
the cage was lifted.
Now I have to do that entire fucking thing again.
What about moment Cage was lifted? When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko.
I can consult these other things ahead of time. We're the ones who placed it. It's probably the white sheet
Fast,
then.
no
No one saw. So who lifted the cage? Then obviously Himiko is the culprit. When Tanko got killed, it wasn't during the seance. It could not have been done at any other time.
She was under the cage though.
They miss it? Fuck.
And she was dead.
Fuck! God damn it!
What about moment Cage was lifted? When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
I wish I could like
So who lifted the cage?
rewind this and not have to pay this time penalty every single time I miss. I don't think I can anyway. Hold on, let me check the.
Tanko got killed.
Is there a reverse? Absolutely not.
It wasn't during the seance.
It
Could not have been done at
any
any
other
other time.
She was under the cage though.
Not that one either. I still had the white blanket selected, right? Fuck, I didn't even bother to check. I did.
It wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been
Done it.
any other time.
Oh, I ran out of time. Which means I have to restart
Is this?
from this part.
We can't let it end here.
Tragic. I was hoping to see if I could get through without having to restart, but it's fine. So I guess we'll see if this gives us less to work with. We still have the same amount of bullets.
When Tanko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about
moment Cage was lifted.
Damn it.
Like
when Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real
Fast.
so fast, no one saw.
So who lifted the cage?
It would be moment cage was lifted because she was... Oh, I'm so stupid. It wouldn't be when the cage was lifted because we have to lift the white sheet first, and so we already saw she was dead under there.
It wasn't during the seance.
I'm so stupid.
She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was lifted.
What
about moment cage was
lifted?
There we go.
That's wrong.
I'm so stupid. That's like super obvious.
No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted.
That's a roundabout way of, like, you could see she was obviously dead when the cage was, whatever. That's
If
fine.
Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
Oh god.
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
There's definitely no way this is correct. God, I hate this minigame so much.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gap, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red.
That definitely didn't happen.
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need.
Oh, I have to do
If you
multiple.
stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
What is it?
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps.
Oh, I have to present the marker stone
The person
for
who
that.
lifted the sheet is, and that's none other than Theo. The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I'll cut through
There
your
we go.
words.
Oh, I can V counter that too. I should have tried that. Oh well. I'm not getting a good style rating this time. That's okay.
Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage. She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
How embarrassing!
He's so normal.
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
Sorry about that. I occasionally have to mute when people walk by my office door talking extremely loud on their phones.
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of
What are you
game.
talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that.
What if it was
Some
Killer
things are
Man?
impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you?
I think the Golden Witch
Spirit
Beatrice
can't-
killed
Wait,
Tenko.
I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage? If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I agree with
noticed.
Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Oh, I see what she's suggesting. The culprit could have been in the cage because if you... I mean, for if you only removed the one plank, right? The cage would have continued to be balanced on the floor. And in the case that we're thinking that probably Korekiyo did it, or maybe Himiko or Kokichi, but probably Korekiyo, I think, could have gone down under the floorboards through the hole, killed her, and then come back up and replaced everything. Because there's a gap in the crossboard, in like the support strut that would let you knock that board down, I think. We'll see.
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
The they she's referring to. I think it's Korekiyo. Who could have killed Tenko inside the cage at any time?
Oh no!
Oh, I guess Tenko could have killed Tenko inside the cage at any time.
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
What did you say? Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
This feels a little early to be pulling that card. That's and that's like they did a similar trick in Danganronpa 2, and it was like either the last case or the second to last case. And this is like kind of the midway point of the game, I think. This seems like a little this seems like very complicated for this to be the resolution of the case.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out.
I don't think she committed suicide, though, and my evidence for this is that it wouldn't have been possible for her to place the sickle where we found it.
She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed.
Because it's not just that we found it under the floor, importantly, we found it hung up.
After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense.
Also, I don't think if you got stabbed in the back... We actually have someone saying if you got stabbed in the back of the neck like that, you'd have no time to do anything except die. And that person is Maki.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me.
So this seems highly unlikely.
No reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Hey Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
I just don't think that's the case.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
I think basically any time Kokichi suggests someone did something, it's never correct.
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial, so she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her.
There's no way she would have done that. 'Cause even if she did kill Angie, just because it's not that's like extremely out of character for her.
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
If anything, Himiko's the one person she would have wanted not to die.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
Well, Tenko's not you, Kokeiji.
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself.
Hitomomoto's so real.
If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them.
Hitomomoto asked the brave question, could an extremely dumb guy be the protagonist of Danganronpa?
That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Hey, Mason Duncan, welcome.
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe. My heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her.
I haven't played any of 100 Line, but it's the thing I would want from a further Uchikoshi Kodaka collab game, because Uchikoshi will make a dumb guy the protagonist of his visual novel every time. Even when that dumb guy is like really smart and has several college degrees, he's still like a really dumb guy. I feel like Kodaka's characters are all either smart or at least average. But Uchikoshi will make a dumb guy protagonist. I want a Danganronpa game with an Uchikoshi protagonist. Is what I truly
She wouldn't
want.
commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide...
Yes, you absolutely should, Mason Duncan. Take it as... I'm for sure 100% hasn't played 1 or 2 in like the last 10 years, the authority on Danganronpa fan games, and you definitely gotta make those characters dumber.
If you insist we believe in Tenko,
Definitely for sure.
then provide a reason to do so.
Or at least one of them, and that one being your little perspectival character, your main guy. Proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Love that, Mason Duncan.
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki?
I was sorry. I need to actually look at the log real quick because what's the button for the log? Do I not have access to the log in this mode? Oh fuck. Well, all right.
If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame.
I was like, wait, I need to actually rewind on the dialogue to say what we're doing right now.
I need you to trust in
That's
my
fine.
detective work.
Right now in chapter 3, so I went over at the beginning of the stream, but to go back over it real quick, I do think that because of the dried blood we found under the floorboard, I do think that it's actually not necessarily one of the class people, because I don't think that Angie was killed in her lab. Her and Tenko have the same fatal neck wound. She also has a wound on her forehead like Kokichi with the floorboard thing. And there's some other point there. But the thing is, those things, if she was killed in the same place, in the same way as Tenko was, it would suggest to me that there's probably only one culprit. And I feel like the most likely person for that to be is Korekiyo. Because if they're both involved with Seance, even though that Seance is technically publicly available knowledge, Korekiyo is the only one who would, like, know to care about that. I would, however, while he's my favorite for it, I wouldn't be surprised if they ultimately said Himiko did it, though I don't think she did, just because she wouldn't, like, even if she's, like, a really good actor or whatever, it just wouldn't make sense for her. If she had motive to kill Angie, she wouldn't have had motive to kill Tenko, and vice versa. And I think Omakokichi could have also hypothetically done it, but I feel like Omakokichi is not a character they're going to spend at the halfway point in the video game. He seems too much of a Komayeda type. Those are the three people who I think are most likely to have done it. Shuichi, I guess, also technically could have, but I don't think they're going to do another protag switcheroo on us, at least not at this point. So I think he's kind of safe on the meta technicality. And then I think for everyone else, it's either they have, like, too many possible conflicting motives, like, there's no world where they would have killed both of those people, or there's just nothing to suggest they had anything to do with the murder at all, like Miu. Like, yeah, Miu is technically unaccounted for during this time period or whatever, but there's absolutely nothing to suggest that she would have killed them. So it's like, it would be kind of out of left field, which is not usually how you would, like, write this sort of thing. Well, Mason Duncan, I mean, that does happen in one of the cases in this, the very first case of Danganronpa V3, that does in fact happen. Like, physically see it. I mean, generally not for a mystery novel, just because, like, it does kind of give away... It does kind of give away the game a bit, right? Like, you don't have the joy, you don't have the ability, you don't have, like, the joy of solving it if you, like, know for sure who did it to begin with. I guess you could kind of do a thing of, like, you see them do it, but then, like, the circumstances are unclear and you as the player have to piece together how that actually happened, and, like, it could happen that way. But for the most part, or it's the thing of, like, you see the moment it happens after you prove that your perspectival character did it. But I don't think they'd ever let you show that kind of thing, like, beforehand. I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that. If we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. That means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe. Is that a non-stop debate? Yeah, okay. What am I working with here?
So far, suicide seems...
So let's look at their thing. Mastermind in the game? I don't know, like... Kokichi kind of seems to have, like, his finger on the pulse of when murders are going to happen, but I'm also not entirely convinced that's because he's making them happen yet. I would also be willing to believe wholly that it's possible that someone like Rantaro was the mastermind and just had it set up so that even if he was killed early, it wouldn't actually affect the proceeding of the game. God, could you imagine if they just brought Junko back again? Like just normal-ass Junko? I feel like that's not likely, but who knows. Alright, so. Monokuma File 3. Angie's body, it was discovered in her research lab. Time of death is approximately 2 a.m. Killed by a fatal stab wound to the torso. Additionally, has lacerations on her forehead. Hole in the corner. Hole that was in the corner of the room. There's space, so you can theoretically see stuff. But it's kind. They mentioned it was too narrow to get through.
Be the best
Loose floorboard is found right below Tenko. The top side's obviously covered in her fresh blood, but the bottom side's covered in dried blood, which is why I think that Angie was also killed here.
Her plan was...
Tenko's last moments, died in the crouched position. Injury to the back of her neck was deep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately. Maki had suggested she had probably bled out because... I remember the way Maki described it, is that it wouldn't have been an instant death, but you wouldn't have been able to do anything with a wound like that except die. Like, you would have bled out in pretty rapid order. And then the caged child is the ritual. You need 5 people, spirit, medium, dark place of no light. All this shit. I'm not reading all this. Oh, this is the longest piece of fucking dialogue in here I've seen yet. Appropriately, it's complicated, and you have to know this shit. And then, it's a body again. So let's pay attention to this now.
I'm with her, so she hid her true intentions.
That's not the case.
Not that kind of person.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
I don't think so.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks Tenko committed suicide only because they're latching onto the easiest answer. I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
So this is going to be Tenko's last moments, probably. I wonder if I have to lie this time. I feel like maybe. I'll try presenting this in the last one. If not, I'll try lying on the last one. Try that. No, let's try lying through that. She would have been able to throw it away unless her death was instant. So I can try lying through that and see if that works.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us
What the
down
fuck is the thing to do truth? Okay, I have to do Y instead of I have to hold it. I have to hold it.
So she hid her true intentions.
I don't think I have anything to prove that she didn't hide the sickle is the thing. Like, I don't think I have any evidence that I can present that would suggest that she definitely didn't hide the sickle, like in her clothes or something. So I'm gonna try the lying.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last...
Yeah!
Reveal the truth. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
Because she died instantly, wink.
Because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Maki knows you're lying. But I did also ask her to trust me. Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail.
The world's most convincing liar.
Tenko died instantly.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
I don't know why we have to do this, though, because, like, we found that the sickle hung up. Like, she couldn't... Right? Like, we found it... Hold on. It's in here, right? Didn't we find it hung up? Well, can't see it now. The struggle of doing these separated by multiple days.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Phew! Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness.
I do think it's interesting that they give us these moments where you have to deliberately lie to advance the thing to something that's more relevant. I feel like there's a fun tension there with the fact that, like, you're always having to deal with Omako Kichi just saying shit that he knows isn't true. Like, he's doing that to you, like, the entire, each one of these class trials.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way.
Yeah, pressed up against the wall, which is why I'm kind of, like, she wouldn't have been able to stab herself in the back of the neck, put it up against the wall, and then, like, get her floorboard back up and, like, get back into position or anything. Like, that's...
Did any of the participants witness anything?
But it's fine. We got past it. It's okay.
If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Yeah, that's how I remember it too. Which is why I'm shocked that part didn't just come up immediately. Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. There was a loud thunk during the song, is probably the big one.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and it failed.
Ritual... I mean, there's a sound during the seance.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song,
Eyes on the prize.
I heard something fall.
And I confirmed that. But I said God damn it.
I'm more concerned
Whatever.
about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
We'll let it play out.
Light the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
It was pitch black during the seance. That limits what could have happened. Stay calm. Think. There must be some kind of clip.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
So I'm going to present this on Himiko's because it's a blue text, so that means that I'm confirming it with evidence.
Ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
While we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
It is so brutal that those have travel time. That's like crazy. I don't know how you're supposed to time that.
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough. Did anything seem out of the
I'm
ordinary?
confident that's the one, though.
Something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something.
Like, look at that. Look at that.
I'm more
And like,
I mean, it was totally pitch black.
I have to fast forward through this entire fucking thing to get back there. Danganronpa V3.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary?
My enemy.
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. Now that I think about it,
Because I just really only have the one chance to actually land it. Because I have a refractory period between bullets. So if I miss that one shot during that thing, I have to go through this entire
moving along the walls was seriously
thing again. Yeah, you have to aim it lower, but there's not like a great...
tough. During the seance,
The thing is, like, because you slow down when you're doing the aiming mode, you don't really have a good sense of the velocity of the words, so it's hard to, like, know how far you have to lead it, because these move at different speeds.
How utterly strange.
while we were all singing the song, I heard something.
What? How'd that hit? How'd that hit? Whatever. You know what? It's fine. We got out of it. We got out of it.
You think that something fell because
I
of the
have no
sound?
idea how that hit. It was so off.
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something.
Something
fell,
definitely
but-
fell, and I'm pretty sure it was the floorboard that Tenko was on.
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
Because that would give someone who was killing her access to her body, and it would explain why the floorboard was off kilter, because it had to be put back in place. And there is also, we know, the crossbeam under it. The icon changed. I thought the icon changed because if you hold it even a little, it's to signify that you're like charging for a lie bullet. Is what I thought that was. I don't know though. If that is meant to be an indicator for trailing, they literally never explained that once. So I can't really work with that. I don't know. A loud sound, like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. I think that sound was... I mean, we could say it was a cross piece. Well, fuck you. That's like directly tied to the thing. Whatever, it's fine.
I was wrong.
It's mean logic. I probably have to be really specific about what that sound was. I think it's loose floorboard.
This is it. I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
Could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
There would have had to have been a strong impact to make that sound. What could it possibly be?
All right then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now. So what made the floor
So let's go. They're loud sounds.
board
Dried blood under a floorboard. Know all about that.
become loose?
Sickle under a floor. We know about that. That's not what made the noise. Cross piece under the floor. Now, the part of the cross piece was cut off, but we didn't like find the piece of the cross piece.
Judging from the sound,
Magic circle. Trampled beyond recognition.
in considerable force.
Someone who
probably
participated in the
does.
seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Let's see what they have to say.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
I think that's it. Oh my... Whatever. I'm not getting the V counter on that. I'm taking the easy hit.
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off.
Oh, I see. And since that, like, you actually can see it in the screenshot, since the that crossbar is gone, it means the only crossbar supporting that plank is in, like, the middle of the plank. So you could hypothetically, like, if you kicked it from a side, it would do, like, a seesaw kind of thing, wouldn't it? Like, if you kicked it from one of the, like, the far ends of it, it would kind of be in a seesaw position.
After
I don't know how that's going to end up factoring into how the person's killed, but...
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the crosspiece?
What do they stand to gain? It let them fuck with the person in the cage, for one. Think carefully with the crosspiece and the floorboard. Are we gonna do a letter thing now? Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard, and the crosspiece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the crosspieces was cut, the other two were intact. Oh, so I guess there is one on that side. One of them was right under Tenko. So yeah, if you stomped on it from the loose end, it would, like, slide the floorboard. You would, like, push the floorboard up, which would presumably slide it out of place, you'd think. The other was in the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floor? Okay, so it's Hangman's Gambit. Okay. Oh my god, I think it is. It's totally Seesaw. I think this is an S as well? Yeah. There's a W? What's the... Do I have to do it again? Do I have to do a second seesaw? No. What am I trying to spell now? Just try things until they work, I guess. If I die, I die. Wait, F? Huh? What are we doing now? Oh, would it be seesaw if... I start with an E? I do. CC's... Okay, I think this might be effect. Yes. No, there's T.
I see now.
That seems pretty likely, other one, dude. That's because, like, you could also, I guess, position, like, if you weren't going to have someone actually go under the thing, you could probably create some sort of mechanism to basically just, like, step on it and then push her into a blade. That makes sense to me.
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off.
So the question is, if it was the sickle, how... If she was the sickle and she was stabbed inside the cage without having been moved, how does the sickle get... Like, how was the sickle put inside the cage to begin with? Because we saw it. Unless, because I mean, I guess if Korikyo did the sheets and it was hidden in the sheets, he could have positioned it in a way. He could have positioned it, like, while he was putting the sheet on.
The other two cross pieces.
But then he would have had to also have then had time to move it to where it was found under the floorboards.
Meaning, if If you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece,
That seems possible, Mason. The only thing that would require is like then figuring out how it got from there to its place below the floorboards in the incredibly short amount of time it was left. I guess he could have done that, and then since it was still dark, I guess he could have lifted the sheet, then... Oh, he could have lifted the sheet, grabbed the thing from wherever he stowed it, and then just dropped it down, and maybe it would have rolled off because of the seesaw effect, maybe.
a lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, alright. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
I mean, it wouldn't have created that much clearance. I mean, I guess if... I mean, maybe if you... Well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. They might get into that.
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible.
Because if you have the sickle in position, you seesaw, push her up into it. Then while it's still dark, you dispose of the sickle. It's definitely Korekiyo.
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw,
it is 100% Korekiyo.
The placement of the sickle is the most
because Korekiyo is the one who placed the sheet. And because he knew the ritual well enough, he knew the magic circle like the back of his hand, so even if there was, like, any sign of thing, like, he would have known where to step to avoid disturbing the magic circle any more than is strictly necessary. But as we saw, it was definitely done this way because even though the characters don't remember it, you saw in the CG that when the floorboard was back in place, the part of the magic circle that should have been on the floorboard was gone because he drew it in salt, and the salt would have come off. And his blade was found there, but the thing is, I'm actually not entirely sure, like, if he killed Angie in the same way and moved her, which is I still think happened because of the dried blood on the other side of the floorboard, it's entirely possible that that was just a post-mortem thing to make it look like that was used as the murder weapon in order to throw off the idea that both these murders were committed in the same way. The floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that's consistent with the evidence. On top of the cage.
That's it. The sickle was at the top of
One
the
second,
iron
I have a
cage,
puppy who's begging to
with
be
the
let in my
blade
office.
Facing down.
I don't think there was really any reason to hide... am I back on? Yeah, I am. Okay. I don't think there's really a whole lot of reason to hide the blood because he left it in a place that was so obvious, right? Like, it would have been very obvious that was the murder weapon. If that was the intent. I think he probably also killed her using the sickle. And then did that so it looked like... I think literally the sword is a manufactured red herring. The only purpose was for the sword was to manufacture the locked room, but I don't even think that he killed Angie there. Because the thing is, even if he did kill Angie there, you have to reckon with the fact that she has said publicly that she would only open the door for other people in student government, and he's not there. But if he had some way of luring her out of her lab to possibly make her try and do the ritual with him using the wax figures as participants, he could have convinced her to do that, and then after killing her with this, moved all the shit back to her lab and manufactured the locked room to make it look like she was killed in there.
Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouch position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
I wonder if the motive here is just that that part is actually part of the ritual, and he just lied about it because he wanted to have ghosts communicate through a dead body, and was really insistent on getting it right. And that's why he kicked Kibo out, because he thought it would be fine with the wax figure participants, and then nothing happened. And so whenever like we showed up, he's like, yeah, kick out Kibo because he's a robot, so he might not count as a real person. So, and then did this specifically so he could try and like sacrifice her for a ritual.
Bringing the victim to the
It's 100% Korikyo. I'm confident now.
That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know?
God, try not to speak so much in your Monokuma voice, bud.
They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
I could believe that. I guess the thing is he would have to. He used the magic circle. Like he either way, like he's still navigating in the dark is the problem. But if he just like did, I feel like you can just count the footsteps or whatever and like keep a mental note of where things is and use that to guide. That makes a certain degree of sense to me.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
How do you figure that, Korikyo?
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
And it really didn't, because again, if you killed... I think the thing is, I think it doesn't matter. I think this is the old, like, the actual D&D magician, right? I think the solution to this problem is because, and we know this from Kokichi's head wound, and the fact that he stepped through a floorboard. Korikyo probably prepared all 3 of those rooms in advance, and it did not matter which one she picked.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Exactly, Mason. And like the rot that gives you access to one of the side rooms doesn't matter because ultimately you don't actually have to go down there for anything. The only reason he has to get down there is to saw off the crossbars. Because all 3 of those rooms are identical, he could have set all 3 of them up beforehand, and it does not matter which one Angie picks. Though, it'll be funny, she did actually pick the right one in that case, because he picked the one where he killed Angie, which is why we have evidence that Angie was killed there. Otherwise, we would have no idea.
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the...
I think that's how this all shakes out.
That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
Tell me, Mason. However, there are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? Ooh, distinctly possible. That would be also a way to... Because, like, I was thinking, like, yeah, he could lure her with the thing. I guess we'll find out. Because, like, it could also be like, well, yeah, I was preparing for this ritual. Hey, want to do this seance ritual? You know? I think you could be onto something. The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
That's true. That's true. I didn't even think about that. That's completely correct. That's the only obvious source of fire in the entire that entire floor. So she might have just gone to one looking for fire and then encountered him setting up his murder ritual.
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
I mean, this wouldn't make sense even if they were onto something, because Himiko was the one who was preparing to get into the cage, and Tenko's like, no, let me. Push me out of the way. Let me do it.
Wait, we don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
And yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't think it matters even if she did, I don't think she would have she would not have killed both Angie and Tenko. Those would be mutually exclusive motives, I'm confident.
I killed Tenko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
Like, you could argue that she has motive to kill Angie because of Tenko's disappointment and, like, feeling betrayed by Angie, especially how quickly Angie threw her under the bus for the prior magic show murder thing. And you could argue that she could have killed Tenko if she was, like, thought Tenko is the one who killed Angie. Right? But there's no world where you can logic through her having had motive to kill both of them. It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea, but does that really mean Himiko killed Tenko? Did something like that really happen? Something so cruel? Intermission. God, we're only at the halfway fucking point. It's 9:45. Fuck. I'm gonna be here all night. I have to work tomorrow. I'm going to power through either way. Because I'm not going to be streaming again until June. So we're just going to keep going.
Well now.
Though actually, since this is the intermission, I am going to take this opportunity to go use the restroom real quick, because I have been sitting here for about 2 hours now. Get some water. I'm going to get a little bit of water as well. So I will be right back. Okay. Quick and easy, got a little bit of water. Pull back up the thing. Give people a moment to get back. Take the opportunity to check my mensajes. My messanges. Listen to that funky ass Monocubs theme. Okay. Everything's up. We're good. Am I... Actually, make sure I'm unmuted on Discord. So everything's working. Yes, I am. Ooh. Looks like we've reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz? Not a culprit quiz? The only victims here are the people who are still watching this drawn-out, boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
I'm sure everyone is happy. How do you know? You could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me! Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time.
Absolutely right.
That's the right answer, Monodam. Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
Exactly. Because there are no victims. Yep. Even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you, and you get tons of posthumous popularity.
Daddy!
Oh, Daddy, you don't need to reveal these kinds of behind-the-scenes details.
all right.
Dying makes you more popular? Then we gotta die soon, too.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Ah! I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
Remains of a once
Huh?
powerful
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. Showtime. 1, 2, 1.
I think if it is the ritual thing, I think it's that he only wanted to kill one to do the seance, and then it failed because again I think that he tried to use the wax dummies as participants, and it failed. And then I think he still wanted to do the seance, and he's like, well, we have to do the seance. This time we'll get real people to do it, and maybe it'll work.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns.
Well, that's the thing, is like, I think what's more important is that the reason that he was certain on, well, no, I guess because if the ritual involves murder, I don't know. I think the thing that happened is that if the thing failed for any reason, it's that because he was insistent on drawing the circle with salt, which I don't think is specified, I think it just said you had to have a circle, but he chooses salt. The seesaw method guarantees that he fucks up the magic circle in the commission of the ritual. Because if you do the seesaw thing, you damage the circle. There's simply no way around it because you drew it in salt. So I don't know.
So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all!
We've hit the halfway point though, which means they're going to start telling us all this shit, hopefully.
My friends.
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
He is all that remains of a once powerful note.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
I think there's things that could drive Himiko to kill, but I don't think any of them have happened.
Do whatever.
She definitely wouldn't have killed either of those two people.
Just go ahead.
She might have killed Tenko if Angie asked.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Welcome back, Twee. We just got past the intermission, so we're still in for a bit, I think.
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired.
I am now more confident than ever that it is definitely Korikyo who killed both Angie and Tenko.
It's all just a big pain.
I feel like I would stake money on it.
What are you talking
I'm not going to, because I don't want to do the logistics of staking money on it. But know that in my heart I would stake money on it.
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
I mean, that's true, but you don't need to say it like that, Maki.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, is not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko!
Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died. Doing this shit again.
Performing the
I bet
seance
this is when
in
Bloody
that
Kokichi
room
comes up. We'll see.
was Himiko's decision, was it not?
It was.
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
No one did.
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there.
Was Trap only in that room?
No.
Other rooms may be trapped too.
Bam. Easy. Easy money. All 3 of them were already trapped.
Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
He's finally succumbed to his concussion.
Too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
I guess there was no crosspiece supporting this floorboard, so I kinda stepped through. What bad luck.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found...
I would never wait for Kokichi to drop dead. I love him.
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
That's my little creature. I want to put him in a snow globe and shake it around.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
I'm onto you, you rat fuck. You can't hide from me.
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory.
So stop doing your 3/4 profile pose and start A-posing.
We're all trying
A-pose eyes to the camera immediately.
This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right.
Put a
So
big
let's
toothy
do our
face app
best.
smile on Himiko.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain.
Yeah, there you go. Eyes forward, no longer in profile stance. A-posing. Well, I guess kind of like Y-posing a little bit, halfway.
I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Among Us.
There you go. Killing the mood like usual. But damn! Well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
No. Because it was prepared after... This was done after we first got up to the 4th floor. Because we checked beforehand. Like, going to confirm that. We checked all the rooms and all the floorboards were fine. And no one would have stepped on it because he drew the magic circle. And he was very clear that you needed not to step in the magic circle.
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic.
Closer than you think, Himiko.
That's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? That's it. That must be the reason. It's the magic circle Chlorokiator.
This is it! It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
I got you now, you son of a bitch. Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
Oh, but look here! Oh, I guess maybe in the other CG it's just covering up the chalk. Because I'm like, oh, look here, you actually see that the floorboard doesn't break the chalk circle. But I thought it does in the other CG. I don't know. I guess it ultimately doesn't
The
matter.
circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit, there's no doubt in my mind, they're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive. And you know, it's this bitch.
It has to be you.
I got you. You will rue the day you did funny voice at me.
Was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
So convincing.
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo?
Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle. The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo?
Answer already! Did you do it?
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each Blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Not if you were positioned in the... Like, you knew where you were positioned, because you were going to be in the middle.
You cannot be certain.
And, like, you just have to remember where the lines are drawn, and you've established that you memorized them perfectly.
How can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
The culprit stepped on that exact floorboard, even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, and you have the people positioned at the corners of the room to triangulate yourself.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Maybe.
Did you figure it out?
The culprit didn't have to see it all. They used... hearing. No. Damn it. I was thinking, like... Well, I guess actually it's kind of a... I guess it would be really echoey in there. That wouldn't work. They think I'm a fraud. That's my favorite. Everyone's staring at me. I screwed up. They think I'm a fraud. Not touch. I just want to say this is funny. I want to say it. Perhaps he saw beyond the material plane. At 6 cents. Why are you saying it at a time like this? Do you want to die?
Oh no!
I had to know. I had to know. It's very stupid. So it's either touch or smell. No, it's not. That's okay. I just have to redo this bit.
Oh no!
I'm not going to bother reading that. I need to get through this at some point tonight.
Is this... We can't let it in... It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the...
Oh my god, we're all the way back here? Fuck, man. Brutal. I have to skip through a whole bunch of crap. I can't believe it. They spent so long just constantly always restarting me at the exact place I was.
This trial...
And now they've actually just sent me... Now I don't have to do any other gameplay segments. They're just making me redo all this dialogue and accusing Korekiyo.
All right.
That's a little funny, though. This is the magic circle.
This is it!
I guess I do have to actually redo a choice. Crazy. Apologies for all the rapid flashing lights.
It has to be you!
So now we spent like 10-15 minutes going through all this, so I don't see a reason to do it all again. It's the exact same dialogue. So I guess it has to be touch. Like, was he feeling around for the thing?
That's it!
Like rubbing his fingies? Aw, see ya, Mason. I don't know if you're from the YouTube channel or not, but I have a VOD channel that the rest of this will be up on after the fact. But thank you for coming and sticking around so long.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
I guess he could have just walked forward and felt for the cage, right? Hangman's Gambit. Oh fuck, we're doing this shit again? It's not the cage. Oh, the magic circle, obviously. Okay. So he was just feeling around through for the... I didn't see if there's any R's in there. I wish they made that last a little longer. Moreover, I kind of wish this was a real minigame and not whatever the fuck this says. L.E. Be over here. E. Easy.
That's it! The magic circle. They used the magic circle. Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
What?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
Oh, is he standing in a corner? I thought he was off in the middle of it. I agree, Twee.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
It was.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
Another piece of the puzzle. We know it was the exact same because Kokichi attested as such. Drawing a circle of salt all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Favorite moment so far of the game? That's a tough question. Because we're like, oh my god, how far are we? Are we like 30 hours into this shit? I've been playing this for 33.6 on Steam, but that includes the time I replayed like all of the daily life of Chapter 2, so about 30 hours. So far, high point was definitely at the end of last video when they gave us the Kokichi death fake out. I really like that. That one's really high point. Really, I would say that most of my top moments involve Kokichi being on screen in some way. God, I don't know. Yeah, because I know there's nothing really in Chapter 2 that spoke to me that much. Because the case that I was kind of cold on, I remember that. Yeah, that moment's a really high point. I would say if I had to go back through and review everything and rank it, it would probably be some Kokichi involved moment.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
Miyu, you need to get rid of those peepers ASAP. This is your sin. She put those in.
About what?
She gave him the capacity to be really annoying.
I had Miyu add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
I'm so afraid.
It's an image recording function.
Oh yeah? Why'd you install that function, huh? Why'd you install that function, Miyuruma?
Image recording?
Miyuruma, why'd you install that function?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
I really like this. I like this CG a lot because you can tell this is a 3D model that was painted over.
From your mouth?
You know what, alright, why not?
So use magic like that before.
What do you mean, Himiko?
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. The magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Actually, wait, there is a fuck up. Look, the circle isn't completely drawn over at the mouth of it. Oh, I think something. Oh, did I misclick? Move from the corner. Oh, is it? I guess it's the. I can't look at the actual circle to confirm. I guess here.
There!
All right, that's fine too.
This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kiyo's lie.
Because I guess that makes sense there. But I did like there is conspicuously a part of the circle that's missing, too.
My lie.
Well, that's okay.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the seam had lines that stretched to the room's corners, which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Kaisho, we don't need to go back to that.
To be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health.
Your health, huh?
Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
You know, honestly, to be fair, I was expecting her purposes for this were far more perverse instead of just being really dehumanizing and treating him as walking medical imaging technology.
You're what? Why? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality.
She's so normal.
Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
She's just so normal.
You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan! Quit talking about your poop, no one cares!
Oh, taking this screenshot for the thumbnail fodder. Absolutely.
You killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction.
Oh fuck, we're doing this shit again.
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant.
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me.
So what do we got? Marker stone, loose floorboard, iron cage, white sheet, dog
If you are
statue.
going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage.
False.
The suspicion should fall on them.
We've actually already been over this. It's because you placed the sheet is what let you put the thing there.
But we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle was Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But
That's
in regards
false.
to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
Yeah, there you go.
Cut through your words.
Easy. Easy.
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
Oh, it was over on the far side of the wall because he walked over to where Himiko was and dropped it back there. He didn't even drop it during the murder.
It's correct? Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So what we're going to do here is he's going to be like, congrats, you solved it. I killed Tenko, but it doesn't matter because I didn't kill Angie.
So,
And we have to prove
you killed
then that
Tenko?
it is in fact also him who killed Angie, which is what I believe.
You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma.
And he could have killed her with the sickle and done the same trick because there is a crawl space opening between that room and another room, even if he did that exact thing with, like, even if he also dropped it back there for Angie, he could have gone and got it later. I still don't know if he did actually also use that weapon to kill Angie, but I think that he killed Angie in the exact way that he killed Tenko.
But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Miyu, you're too white to be doing that voice. Even though you're technically
You
Asian,
still
I
don't
suppose.
understand?
Qualities of the North American localization of this game.
I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
Ah, that's right! What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
You didn't kill her in it.
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I work really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes?
It's hard. The power of Kokichi Oma's robophobia
How was I to know that the trial
is truly
would only
it
be
truly
for
just
Angie's
blots
death?
him out completely.
Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Hopefully we'll get through them in the next 90
As
minutes.
to that, any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this...
Is it finally time for us to do this stupid minigame again?
Present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. I think it's very funny that this is like the only one of these mini games they have this crazy elaborate FMV for. I wonder if at some point they intended there to be other ones and they just like couldn't figure out what to do for them and whatever, but because also they're pre-rendered, which means they had to pre-render that every single time for, Oh, Kokichi's on my side. That's crazy.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
Kibo, we don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
Wrong one.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo!
That's
Anyone
Kyo's.
could have entered my lab.
I guess the clue is who's
Kyo
saying
did
it.
kill Tenko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
I do think it's funny that now that we're losing
Forced
people,
his way into Angie's
we have
research lab and
duplicate.
killed her!
We have duplicate. We have people doing duplicate audio. I was wondering how they're going to handle that. You have to work together. So.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie.
Kibo, we don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's...
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found.
Kyo! Entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko.
Kokichi!
Perhaps
There's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use
Kyo! Not
Possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another
He's
mystery to solve.
so pooky. I love him. I love his little side profile thing. Oh fuck, I have to do this. That's right.
This is our answer!
He's so scrumbly. I hope when I go to Anime Boston, I
If
find
we
someone
mistake
selling
the vote
Kokichi
before we
merchandise.
completely solved Angie's murder.
Like 8 years late to this game coming out, but you know, I can dream.
And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene is the floorboard. The bloodstained floorboard. Yeah, how's that not it? Really? That's not the thing you want to hone in on? You want to hone in on the fucking... The fucking... What that? Where is it? What? Where is it? Wait. I don't actually know what we're talking about now. Oh, dried blood under the floor.
This is it!
That's just, it's the same damn clue. I hate their
Found
ass.
under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation.
1 second. Oh, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I mean, right back. Someone's calling someone on the phone. And my door is slightly ajar, so I have to close that again.
It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
that bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Grumble, grumble. I presented the evidence that also had dried blood on it. Grumble, grumble.
Bloodstain, the only dry one.
The bloodstain on the floorboard was dry because... it was there before Tenko was killed. What? Oh, Come on, those are the same thing. Like I'm saying, ugh. Come on.
I was wrong.
This is some real Phoenix Wright shit. Like, it was literally, the blood was there before Tenko was killed. Because it was from an earlier murder.
From Tenko's murder.
And that's fine if it's the one specific thing you want, but it's annoying when you then go, that information is in multiple different spots, and, like, you have to guess which one is the one that we actually want, and there's no actual, like, way to determine what's the thing they really mean. It is Phoenix Wright also does this quite a lot in its later cases. It's just like Danganronpa's been pretty good about that so far, but having two back-to-back like that's annoying.
It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
I should make it clear whose blood it was. Bloodstain from before belonged to Angie. Obviously.
That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone, and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Because he already figured out that she would have needed fire for the ritual.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
Now the question is that because he figured it out when we read the Necronomicon? Because I actually don't remember if he was there for that or not. If he was there for that, that makes sense, but if it wasn't, then that means that he knew it was in the Necronomicon to begin with, which is very suspicious. Maybe not for this case, but in general.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left the lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or... So I need to prove that she would have left. It'll probably be related to the fire.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
That's true.
Left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it! She
Easy. Easy.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, for kinky wax play.
No.
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
Oh, Art. Oh, come on, my puppy now wants to leave. That's okay, baby. Don't chill. No, there you go. Space puppies, you're a threat to the beach. She's my little fatty Bobaddy, and I love her to bits. Yeah, Shuichi, no, is the most common expression Shuichi has to make, especially to Mew. It's very funny. After preparing the effigy burns Necronomicon on the ashes, use caution to be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then
Did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood underfloor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's bloodstain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be a Tua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab?
Yes.
Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room.
You know, what if it's just she didn't actually get attacked immediately? What if she had the Kokichi thing happen where she stepped through a floorboard and got a tremendous concussion? I mean, that doesn't make sense with the neck wound, right? The fatal neck wound. I guess she did get killed by a neck wound. Either way you slice it. But she does have a big gash on her forehead that would be consistent with, like, having gotten the same exact kind of fucking concussion that Kokichi got.
She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. The 2 wounds? No. She didn't die in the empty room. Why was she attacked twice?
I was wrong.
Let's go over. Attacked twice. Here? No. What is the thing I'm looking for here? It wasn't cross piece. It wasn't dried blood. Loose floorboard? No. What evidence do we have that she was specifically attacked twice if it's not the fact that she has 2 wounds? Oh, the forehead injury is a separate... I hate your ass. The Monokuma file mentions the forehead injury, I think, and then it has a separate entry... Whatever, it's fine. Whatever.
But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was...
Kodaka, you were my enemy. You're lucky I already bought 100 Line, waiting to finish this game so I could play it. Because now well, I mean, I don't know, I probably still would, but... yeah. I'm being hyperbolic, I suppose.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
This is admittedly a little more plausible than he somehow lured her into trying to do the ritual twice, which that seems a little complicated. I guess the thing would be he couldn't have actually set that up himself. But I wanted that to be true.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear?
What are you all... You what?
Oh, he's morbing out.
What are...
I will not fear. I will not back down.
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
Love the look, honestly. Good for you.
Are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
I was kind of wondering if something like this was going to happen because I remember having an interaction with him in Kurumi's lab where he got really he's either get really like interested in the idea of you. I forget what the specific context of the conversation was. But you saying something of him that seemed kind of like womanly or whatever, and him getting like really like, oh, you think I'm a woman? You think I'm like a woman to you? I'm like a woman? And you're like, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
Now the question is this problematic queer rep, or is this just a thing to make Korekio shoot up my like most favorite character rankings right before we have to put him in the guillotine?
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all.
It's full of doubts! Of mysteries! Of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, right,
Angie
I forgot about
in the empty room first.
I forgot about the duct
Then
tape.
carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains.
Damn it.
Even if you wiped them down, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Ah, there we go. It was good that I missed, because I got the right one, actually. Someday I'll try to V-counter those, but I hate that minigame, so probably not.
Angie's body.
What?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know.
Killed her because he hates her fake god.
Murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
Hi, Korekio.
It has to be you.
It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
Wow, did they get Miyu Aruma in the voice box for that one?
What the fuck? So it's true!
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
Kokichi's so sad there's not a second killer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Oh, I'm actually completely right. Is that, like, what I think happened is, so he killed her, he did kill her, and I think the only reason he did the second killing is because he was confident that the ritual, the seance, would work and give up the ghost, so he deliberately sabotaged it with murder. I'm confident.
Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
Probably Angie's. He didn't expect her to come interrupt him while he was preparing the thing.
That's it!
Tenko's was 100% deliberate.
Angie's murder was an accident.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the thing was that he didn't even attack her. She stepped through the floorboard, Kokichi style, and then he killed her to make sure she wouldn't, like, talk about his murder prep.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up.
Well, actually, no, I guess that wouldn't have happened, because she would have had no reason to walk in the middle of the room.
Then he should have just stopped there. Once he killed Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
He only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless.
Or again, killing someone as part of the ritual of the seance is actually required for the seance to work.
If you get bonus points
And he
for
just
killing
wanted to
more,
make
then
sure he
sure.
did that no matter what.
Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am?
Is he possessed?
Why? Why are they? Why is it?
Calm yourself, Korekio.
Skip that voice line a little early.
Yes.
You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
It's 2017. You can wear lipstick if you're a boy. Or if you're not.
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. So you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie.
The problem is Twee, she gets off on that sort of thing, so like, it's just because it becomes like negatively self-reinforcing.
I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery.
I'm always saying this.
I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses.
Well said. Good job, Korekio.
Yes, thanks.
I'm impressed he can move his mask like that without even having to touch it with his hands.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence. There's no evidence he killed Angie?
You're wrong. There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room.
The floorboard.
That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Come on, apologize. Apologize, 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 apologize. apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. What the? Oh, I have to do. Is this the?
Nothing to admit.
Oh, I timed that
You
wrong.
are simply wrong.
Do this shit again.
Yes, I'm not the culprit.
So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Yes, I'm not.
Simple action definitely makes
So I
this
have
part
nothing to confess.
even more boring than it would be otherwise, but also I'm glad I don't have to do an actual rhythm game.
Why must you force your delusions on us?
Your logic.
That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us?
Your logic.
That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless.
I kind of wish this segment had actual music,
I
though.
told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot.
Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize. I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth.
What the fuck was that?
Sorry lot.
Apologize.
I don't know what that is.
Apologize. Apologize. I told you I am.
Oh, do I just have to not press it when it comes?
So why are you looking at me
I'm-
like that?
What?
You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio
I don't
speaks the
understand that prompt. They have not tutorialized that prompt.
Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Oh, it's just that it doesn't show me the timing indicator.
So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot.
And God, imagine if they had actually, like,
You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
remove floorboard.
It ends here!
Kyo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see.
I would have probably have not been so fucked up there if they had literally ever been like, sometimes we'll obscure the timing on the thing, but like there is no indication of what that means at all. That's if I had like if I was doing this on like mean action or something, and that had like cost me this at the very tail of the thing because they did a mechanic they had never bothered to explain to me, I would have been super pissed off.
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
But I like this case a lot more than 2. This is a huge improvement, I think. So I'm happy about it.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the blood stain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Kyo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How? If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick.
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie.
That's a $50 scream right there.
I believe that while Kyo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold cocked her with a floorboard.
All you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
What's true? This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost.
I would have liked to discover this as like I get that they like. I would feel less weird, I think, about this angle of Korekiyo having this like more feminine alter ego or whatever the fuck is happening there. If that had actually always been a very obvious part of Korekiyo's character, it feels kind of weird to only drop it as you're accusing them of murder. I don't know.
All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
I'm not sure how I feel about it. I guess we'll see if they explain any more what the fuck that's about in the coming handful of minutes.
For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time.
Oh, right. We still have to do this fucking thing.
Kyo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
We have to do comic. I hate comic. I like comic. It's fun. It takes way too long, though. Who's the culprit with the saw in the empty room? Remove gold leaf katana, hit the sliding lock. This is all going to be light, so we need to go back here. Well, no, that's Tenko. I need... Not that late. Jesus, never mind. When ancient bounty is found, that's not that one. Handles, but this one. Small stone Himiko brought. This is gonna be in here. Not sure why ultimately the stone matters unless he's just really trying to do the thing. So the remove floorboard. Where does this go? Not that. No. Not the culprit in the empty room. Who was the culprit with the saw in the empty room? No. This one. Removed the gold leaf katana. No. What wouldn't have been... No. So this will be this one? Okay, good enough. Stuck duct tape. This. This is over in here. Sickle place to kill. No, that's already placed there. Here. So let's see. Cut cross piece under the floor. Presumably in here. That is not how I would have phrased that question, and I only really understand what to put there for context clues. That's a strange choice of wording for that particular clue. Footsteps contaminating the scene. That I found out recently, they've made Figmas of generic Shadow Man. I really like him. I'm glad he's the Japanese mystery. Yeah, that's a shame because like I can tell there's something going on there, and he seems really fun. It's just like I wish they had gotten some of that. I'm sure it's one of those things like if you do like, to my understanding, there's a like a mode that you unlock after the game where you can actually like do all the social links that you can't normally do, right? Like you can get the full 5 ranks of like, you know, like Rantaro and Kaide and all them. And I imagine there's things that you would see elsewise, but like I wish they would forward that a little bit more, because he seems really fun. I like him. Or whatever I should be referring to Korikyo as. I assume him, but I don't know. When the culprit approached the cage, stomp the house of form on you. And stab Fuji goes over here.
This is the truth of the case. Let's look back at the first murder.
I might turn on auto for this just to
It was late last
let
night.
it go.
The culprit was in the
I'll flip
room
it
on
back
the
once we
fourth
get
floor.
back to shit that
The
matters.
culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned.
Oh, I see, I
To
see.
use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room.
I like that for once, like we're finally in the third case,
I imagine they got
and we finally get a killer who's just like,
They were planning
no,
to
I
cut
wanted to do the
crosspieces in
killing
all
because
3
I
rooms.
wanted to kill someone and get out of here.
However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting cross pieces.
Look at the little shivering shadow, man.
It was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit.
Though I guess I am still not sure if Korikyo wanted to do this to try and win the killing
The
game,
culprit took the floorboard they loosened,
or if his
and struck
principal
the
interest
unsuspecting
was
Angie in the head.
because this was actually part of the seance ritual and he wanted to do the seance.
The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise.
Yeah, other one, dude, that's true.
They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding.
But that is also, like, this game, like, these games have always been built on the, it's, like, almost never,
To a research lab.
that, like, they never want to give you someone who would obviously be a killer, but to that extent, like, you do have to occasionally mix it up, like, no, it's the guy who's, like, kind of, like, strange and grim and weird, like, yeah, he did a murder, because he wanted to do a murder. It's not always, like, someone good-hearted being pushed into doing a bad thing, necessarily. So I guess we can still probably find out more about his actual motives
Crucial oversight.
after this bit's done.
They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence,
Yeah, sometimes the surprise is, no, it's in fact the really obvious person, and not, like, a friend put in a strange position.
carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse.
Oh
and
god, we're
hung
gonna be
4
here for like
effigies
15
upside
fucking
down.
minutes while he explains this at the speed he's going. I really like the production values of the case summary.
to
But they could-
overwhelm the room with an occult
They definitely could have done something to because you just go through this unbroken like 3 or 4 hours of doing this, and then they explain to you all the shit that you just learned like you didn't know it.
And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope.
I can't be too mad about them putting in the effort to do like a cool thing though. It's just like, god damn. Like we're still not even halfway through the comic yet. We've been sitting here for several minutes.
Let go and headed for the rear door. Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times.
I like they've had to reiterate that now twice as to highlight how absurd it is to do that as your locked room trick and like all the measurements work out there. You know, it's a murder mystery visual novel, you know, you forgive it. But it's still just like,
there was no way for them to get back
just
inside.
imagine, just imagine Korikio spending like 45 minutes trying to get that fucking door to close.
The room and discovered Angie's body.
Just nothing going, fuck, damn it, fuck, shit.
But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance.
I'll have to double check the panel and rewatch. I think I missed it very briefly.
Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard.
Oh, right, the stone is just so that she's, like, placed correctly to be killed by the trick. I see, I see.
Her head until it was touching the stone.
I was like, why the fuck did we ever need that anyway? It's for
Making
positioning.
sure the murder
Okay.
went as planned.
I'm silly. I'm stupid. They probably already went over that at some point, I just forgot.
Kokichi and I
Oh my god, look at that cage! They just used a 3D model from the game! I love that!
The culprit then volunteered to drape.
They did not bother to draw a separate cage, they just used the 3D model they already had on hand, unchanged.
But that was
I love
a
that.
deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place.
Yeah, because I guess if you didn't, she would just seesaw back into it and probably just push the thing loose and get like a little nick.
Preparations were complete.
Right.
We began the seance. In complete darkness,
Look at all those little
we each stood
Kokichis.
in one corner and sang the Cage Child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had
Kokichi just
another
going,
plan,
"La."
to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the
I'm certain it's a circumstance of this being the third one in the games. I do adore how all of the murders so far are just like the most elaborate machinations possible.
After committing the crime,
They're all making fucking gizmos to kill people. It's crazy.
finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room.
Honestly, other one, dude, I would genuinely believe that.
Ironically, the final step of the murder was
Because, like, I feel like I mentioned this like every other episode. We established in the prologue that their talents and memories are maybe not placed there authentically. I think it would be very funny if it's like, no, these are all a bunch of hardened killers, and we've tried to plant other personalities onto them, and this is like a complicated method of like rehabilitation to see if it's if they're capable of socially socially navigating their way through some sort of like complex rehabilitation thing. Though it occurs to me, I think it's basically just the plot of Danganronpa 2, more or less. But I think these people definitely aren't who they think they are at the very least.
That's where my detective work leads us.
Alright, we're through with the comic thing, so I feel comfortable taking reins of the pressing buttons again. So I mostly just want an excuse to be able to talk without having to think too much during that bit.
Sweet Correcchio, there were times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit? Yeah, okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately, yes. Yes, it's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
What the fuck do you mean?
100 friends?
What do you mean?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Roger that! One voting time coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart racing excitement!
As a blackened and a spotless finally face off!
It's voting time!
I'm sorry, Monodam. I hope you... I feel like Monodam is about to be killed along with Korekio. But it would be funny if it wasn't Monodam. But I also hope it's him, so I don't have to do his fucking voice anymore. Anyway, it's, you.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
Yippee!
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Yay, monocoins! How'd I do? Hey and A. We take those. I think I did about the same overall as last time. I think I had 1 or 2 Bs last time as well. And let me check the details. Does it count? Yeah, so it counts for logic difficulty normal. And I don't think it changed anything, but also, like, I definitely had it set to mean when I come in, so I'm guessing it's just if you have to, if you do a continue. If you continue from a thing without restarting the entire case, it just forcibly demotes you to normal. What's this back route shit? Oh, thank you, Twee. Is the back route just finding, like, the Monokuma and stuff in the case, or is that, like, a different thing? They probably explained it to me at some point. I don't remember. Or is there, like... Oh, I see. So there's more than, like, the intended lies. You can, like... There's things that you can alternately resolve with a truth or a lie. Interesting. Because I've seen so far they usually will do, like, one where it's like you definitely have to lie. Here it's like the thing you have to do. But I hadn't really considered the possibility that you might have, like, ones where you can alternately lie on purpose. I'll have to figure out what those are at some point, because I would like to see those. Maybe not for this stream series, but, like, if I replay this at some point. Could be fun. Wow, seriously? You're correct again! I'm unsurprised, honestly. Kokichi always seems to know. I think it's very funny. I think it's cute. I'm interested to find out what the relevance of that is.
Absolutely right!
Amazing! This is the 3rd correct verdict in a row!
All right!
If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. How's this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. They haven't heard his answer yet. Kyo, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right.
Yeah, he no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have.
Oh?
Motive? Hey! Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? The thing that didn't happen? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me. Were you actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito?
Shut up! I never said I was scared.
The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive?
Eh?
Then why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart. Someone so dear. Someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart.
I'm going to screenshot this with the hope that I can somehow use this for the thumbnail fodder. We'll see how.
Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
So if this is the thing of, like, he fucked up a seance on purpose so that the ghost of his love would, like, permanently possess him, this might make him my new second favorite character behind Kokichi. You know what? Based of him, honestly.
What?
Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
And that's why you killed Angie and Tenko? But why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one ever wanted a disgusting shit-stuffed bitch like you anyway.
Curse
What the what?
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's this person you love?
Hey,
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see,
I mean inside me.
Sister.
Yes, the one I love is inside me. My dearest sister.
Sister?
Wait!
No, don't look at me. I'm not his sister.
Right?
See, another top favorite moment of my game is a Kokichi dialogue thing. Well, duh, if you were his sister, he would have killed himself already.
Wait,
Your sister, but didn't you say she was your lover?
whatever is the matter.
It's not that difficult. My sister is my lover. Okay, guys, you're okay with me putting him in the human-sized blender, right? Right? You're all right with that, okay? It's not going to be controversial this time. You're not going to be screaming, "Run, Korakiyo!" You're okay with it, right? I loved her so deeply, and she loved me so
The
deeply.
fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth.
Wait, what's this up at the top left here? Was that there the first? No physical asterisk, no physical connection.
The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth.
Do you see that up at the top left?
For my beloved sister.
That's why, for my beloved sister, I had to.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
No, I had to kill for her.
Huh? Sister.
Was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
Even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister.
For sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
Oh, what?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy. Yes, Korikio, I am very happy. Thanks to you, I'm not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
What the hell?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Korekio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well,
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here?
What was that?
Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
Only girls? I see. So when we were deciding on who should be the medium... Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Miyu, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends. All worthy?
Why, you...
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care.
Then...
The second victim could have been me? Tenko died in place of me? Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. No, I'll do it.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko.
Infiltrate? Really?
But how did you... It was obvious to me. I've studied many people. Yes. She stood up against the darkness of this school all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. Though I was planning on having you become sister's friend too. Eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for...
Wow, you did all that just to kill. For you to go that far? That's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an anthropologist, of course, but more than that,
For my beloved sister.
I wanted to kill for sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling. Me too, Kaito. Actually, I might need this particular sprite of Kaito. Don't worry about it. Let's just focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However,
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her in a different way. So I figure I may as well try to kill someone else, too. After all, it would be a shame just to waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to sister.
Correcchio.
Correcchio, you're such a thoughtful little brother. Brother. You fucked that up. I've barely had to do any voice acting all night, and I'm fucking up right at the finish line. But it was bad to get greedy.
oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't even send 100 friends to sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Correcchio's crime.
I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That wrong. That's so wrong.
Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Correcchio's side.
Sister.
Thank you, sister. I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well,
Because death is unfair.
and another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game? Man, if people were watching this, they'd get a kick out of it. If people were watching this, like on twitch.tv or perhaps youtube.com, with their friend, Saturn, aka Mystery Systems, with someone like that, they would be watching this?
Shut up!
Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me.
Hell yeah, if I wasn't in this killing game, I'd have so much fun watching.
So then,
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I've finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister.
I think I shall go see her now. My beloved sister.
sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's all right, sweet Correcchio. Come to me.
Oh,
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
it's punishment time!
Huh?
Punishment time?
Sister.
My beloved sister, at long last, I'll finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others. Oh, wait, I can't accept this.
Therefore,
Like I said, There's no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
From an anthropological...
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease? The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then,
I've
prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate anthropologist, Korekiyo Shinguji.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't just be me and Korekiyo. All those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's see how this fool dies. Apologies for the occasional screenshot noises. Probably find a way to disable that. That's fine though. Monodam suicide. Oh no, they're gonna be exorcised! Oh no! Damn, Monokuma got his sister in on the tag team exorcism? That's crazy! What?
Hokori!
No!
How can this be?
To think my cute child would commit suicide! Oh, it's so cute. It's so freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. One of them committed suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam was obsessed with getting along because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me. Hey, who's Monodam?
Eh?
Huh? You already forgot? That's kind of scary.
Well now.
Well, looks like another class trial has wrapped up without incident, so... I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. Seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster.
Shut up! How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think of another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste. If only you were going to use it, you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Well, I don't know. They're all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's just been the two of us this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad. I do 100% believe he could have brought one of them back, though. Through convoluted sci-fi horseshit. 100% believe that. Like he's got like a fucking clone vat or something somewhere where you go, I want to bring back Kaede, and he just like programs you a new Kaede and brings her out for you. Like I 100% believe that's within the realm of Danganronpa horse shit.
Always messing around.
I should be reading the lines. Even now, he's still talking about bringing people back from the dead. Man, this is stupid. What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course.
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. I've lost all these people's voices because I haven't really had to do them all stream. Sorry, Kaito, I fucked that shit up royally. That's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up, leave me alone. But there's one thing that Case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy.
Yeah, you're right. Gonta don't believe in God anymore.
You're right.
Gonta used to be devout Catholic. But then they tell Gonta he can't watch Bug Movie. Gonta get really sad.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Gonta do his best.
Then Gonta do his best to keep everyone safe. Gonta want to protect everyone.
But your talent's entomology. I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, your talent as an assassin's way more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh? She's thinking about who to use it on right now. It might be some little 5'1" twerp with purple hair.
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent.
Hmm?
Huh?
That's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling as a killer shows?
Don't underestimate her. Maki Roll's one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling me Maki Roll? Oh, you guys are so close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner. Especially not after losing 7 people.
You're right. Only 9 people left now.
Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's not her voice. What was I giving her for her voice now? Right. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right. 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away, and only 9 remain.
Actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But,
Just 9 of us.
well, you know.
Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right?
How rude!
No, I am not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know,
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito.
Well, of course.
You're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hold up! Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength. Got that?
No way!
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology.
It seems like everything's settled for now. Even though we're missing her.
You all right?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta do to help? You can tell Gonta.
Hey!
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
Oh, Gonta understand.
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko's such a liar.
Huh? Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was just was comprised of just the truth.
But
even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit. I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko's been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Hey, what are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? What? Hold what back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like crying when you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you too. But I gotta survive. I mean, I've been fucking up her voice bad because she's crying. That's okay though. I'm more focused on just being raw emotive. But I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are. But I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko.
Damn it.
There, that's better. Don't you feel so much better now, Himiko? Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. Sabotaging an emotional moment real quick with a screenshot notification. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However... Aww.
Carrie, Gonta?
Aww.
No, she fine.
No, I pick a solid steel manhole cover and she weighs like 80 pounds. It's good. We Gucci.
Sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me?
Mia, what the fuck does that even mean?
You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya.
Oh.
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Kaito, what's wrong? Huh? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
You sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick.
You worried about me?
Yeah, worried about your stupidity.
Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause of me.
okay.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound like you're bragging, Kaito.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito. Oh my god, was he poisoned?
I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
Well, we finished Chapter 3, Transfer Student from Beyond the Grave. And our cast has dwindled to about half. Oh, God. Yes, I want to save. We're going to save, and we're going to leave it there once I do. We'll put this up here at the beginning of Chapter 3, Daily Life. Now it's Chapter 3, End. I just want to see what the next chapter is called. So we'll continue for a second. What's the next chapter called?
Hey there. Guess I don't have to introduce myself, huh?
We're not going to see it immediately. So instead, we're just going to close the game. And go to the outro mode. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you, Twee, for coming by. Thank you, Other One Dude. Thank you, I'm sorry, just forgot the person's name who was here earlier. It's been a couple hours. Mason Duncan, who was here earlier. If you're watching this on the VOD, hi. Thank you. It was nice having you first time chat. Next time, we'll probably... So I'm going to be, like I mentioned, I'm going to be off streaming for about 2 weeks. I'm on a trip next week, and then after that, I'm just going to take a week to recalibrate myself. So we'll be back in the beginning of June. Probably like June 2nd or 3rd. A Monday or Tuesday stream. Probably won't be this immediately. Next time we come back to Danganronpa, which will probably be June 5th. So 3 weeks from now. We will be starting Chapter 4. And we'll return to having a weekly Danganronpa Thursdays until I'm done, hopefully, unless anything else comes up. Yeah, just in time for Pride. Just in time for Pride. It's going to be Pride Month. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that, because I'm going to be... I'll have to see if I can, like, laser target some Pride-focused video games for the month. That would be appropriate. That would be on brand. I don't know. I think I mentioned, I'm having a new model done, much fancier than the one I made for myself. I have no idea if it will actually be ready by the time I come back. I have actually zero idea of what the ETA on it is. But if it is, I will have it set up, and if not, I will set it up as soon as it's done. But I wanted to mention that in case I come back in June and suddenly the entire look of my stream is completely different. Would be cool if that's the case. I don't have any expectation it will be, though. Either way, thank y'all again. I'll see you in like 2.5 weeks about. And thank you so much again for dropping by. Have a nice night.